Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Suraj Singh speaking from NCR FIDICRed Bharat, India, addressing to all my friends and all public of world in connection with COVID-19 in general, economy in general, and management of engineering and others in general with contracts and quality. On this day, June 6, 2020, Saturday, another day of life with progressive moving rapidly by world new guest corona COVID-19. Don't want to bore you in fact, but what to do? I can't sleep, and probably you too can't sleep. Life has changed. It is understood and visible. No imagination. Entirely life has changed, but there are some people who don't want to change, no problem. SARS-2, or I should say directly COVID-19, Corona Infectious Disease 19, really terrific, terrible, worst, teaching and beating both off. If someone in this life could challenge humanity for first time, it is COVID-19. There is no encounter onto that till now. It has been so successful. We may say, saying is the value, you doesn't matter, you can say anything. But facts are not evidencing that. You may be sad, you may be happy, doesn't matter. It difference to COVID. It's working very efficiently. It's working so much so that it's cheating everyone. It's working, stopping, sleeping, awakening, rising, working, sleeping, again sleeping, rising, attacking, rebounding, going back and again coming. You may say, it's naughty, it's dramatic, but it is very effective. COVID-19, as name indicates 19, maybe you don't believe that, but I believe it. I believe it 19. Entry of fire, entry of struggle, entry of delay, right of fire, right of struggle, right of delay. Though practically 19 has gone, but its impact has not gone. It will lurk up to next 9, 29. So 19 to 29. It will fire in 29. Don't relax. Don't relax. Your time. Human got lot of pride, lot of controls in the self. But there is a person, there is a soul. Some people say soul power, some people say faith power, and I say real power. If there is some power on earth, that is power of soul, S-O-U-L, supported by spirit, S-P-I-R-I-T. Spirit means strength of soul. Why I am telling this? Just jokingly, to please you because you are not fresh. I want to refresh you. It's early morning and you are sleeping, so I am talking to you in your dream, you may say. I am talking to you in a dream, but COVID is working, don't worry. It's working. COVID has changed scenario of world. It has changed scenario of world, which were never expected even that it would be like that. But sometimes God's works are all miraculous and based on unexpectation. England, America, all KSA, Saudi Arabia, terrified. England terrified. Again rising, COVID rising. America has another kind of COVID now. In addition to COVID, there is social COVID. You know, COVID has entered into minds of certain politicians and spoiled their minds. Like Trump, speaking something, doesn't know what to speak. Same thing, English politicians speaking something, don't know what to speak. It has shaken minds and hearts of people, consciences of people. It has stirred them. It has stirred such top politicians of the world. You know, you can't call it nervous state. You can't call it state. A different modality of state. American president has been acting like a mad. Same way, many English politicians are acting like what's happening, they can't understand. And this is almost everywhere. I every day think that I will not talk about COVID, but such news keep coming in. You can't help it to share with you or not to share with you. I decide to share with you because it is first time in this world. Management, we can talk all over our life. We can talk sciences, we can talk other subjects, no problem. But those people who are human protectors like doctors, every day you hear some news, doctor from there died in Saudi, doctor from died in somewhere else, and now doctor from Pakistan died in Saudi, and doctor from Sudan died in Saudi. What does it mean? Such a beautiful power. Doctors are dying. You think how it's happening when you just imagine. There is no effort left by people, by governments in many countries, but it's not bearing required results. Not at all. Our country, Bharat, also COVID is out of control. They did lot, but they could not get any answer. And on an average, public is anxious, they are confused, they are not informed properly, and they think everything is over. You know what happens? Once you declare lockdown, they were serious or something is there. They took precautionary measures, they followed what was said. Then, after a few weeks or 2 months, you again open it, a message goes to public that it has improved, problem has partly gone or gone. Message goes that way. Communication is so fast nowadays that fake news move faster than real news, because real news requires support of verification, whereas fake news are fake, they don't need any corroboration. So, if you get 4 or 5 fake news and 1 real news, you will not trust real news, you shall trust fake news. That's what's happening. Internet management has become so strong and fakes are being disseminated so efficiently that people start believing in fake information rather than trusting in real information. Governments are not properly educating citizens, but they try to impose penalties only. They think penalties can solve problems. Well, I have no right to criticize all governments of world, because governments are government. All governments in general have been extremely nervous in this situation. All governments, north, east, south, west, wherever it goes, all governments are nervous. It's not their fault. What happens when you appear in certain examination and you find there's no question that you can answer? How to start with writing answer sheet becomes a problem. You don't find any answer from all questions, so what for you are there in examination? You start thinking. Or by chance if you get one question that you can answer, you feel little pleasure in that, okay, at least I start this thing. Fact remains that no government in the world has any answer till now. How to handle this COVID-19? You can handle only when you understand what it is, and that absolute understanding has not arrived yet. Failures and failures and failures. Trials of medicines only. No conclusion, nothing happened. So what should we say about that? Well, I think we cannot say that we should leave it to someone, because effort is duty of world citizen. I am stressfully saying world citizen because for COVID-19, citizenry has got no difference. You may belong to America, or you may belong to China, you may belong to whatever country. You are after all world citizen. Death tolls are rising, cases are rising, recoveries are also rising. I am worried about our country, Bharat, India, which is thickly populated, 130 crores. If you compare to America, that is 32 crores, so you can say 1/4 they are. And if you come to this Europe, whole Europe is 55 or 50 crores. So I think whole Middle East, Gulf countries, etc. are just 5 crores, including foreigners. So it is only our country that is remained down, thickly populated, and I think either we get nothing or we get everything. That's our problem. Negatively also, I am not saying positively. Actually, we have started, unfortunately, we have started on rising exponential curve of COVID-19 infections. America is still rising, but they may not cross so much as we would because of population value. We have 130 crores, they have 30 crores, so, but we have already started. Forget politics, forget everything, forget economics. Facts remain that we are on rise. Maybe one day we be called number one. We should not be, but I can't say. Keeping in view circumstances, statistics, and no control by people. I am surprised when I walk and see people. They are wearing masks. Yes, I think 20% or 25 to 30% people don't understand what is the purpose of this mask. You are wearing mask, but you are not wearing it properly. You don't wear it. If your nose is open, your nostrils are open, these nostrils are open, and you're just wearing this here, or you're hanging it here. I don't understand what's purpose of that. If you just cover your mouth, your lips, and this portion is exposed, what is purpose of his mouth? But they don't care. So it's no use, because your lips are always closed, generally. So entry of this virus is remote here. Possibilities are here. But this you are not. You should cover both. And you cover eyes also. Okay, eyes is second part. That is very, depends on you are using glasses or no glasses. But better if you use it, because these eyes are more prone to virus than mouth. And nose or mouth here, the virus can enter with 1/50th, like 1/50 speed, then it can enter through eyes. So you are using mask, but you are not properly using it. What's purpose? It's ill information. It doesn't mean you should be challan or something. I'm not saying that. I'm not in interest. I'm not support of challan something. It's lack of education, lack of awareness among people. Because everybody cannot analyze. They say, okay, I have on mask, no problem, nobody would say me anything. They take it that, nobody would say anything. It's not for anybody else. You are working or you are wearing mask. It's for your own safety. And if you cannot understand this, what can I say? You should cover. You think yourself, it's like you are in a car, you are not using seatbelt, or policeman would not say anything to me, or you are not wearing helmet, policeman. It's not for policemen that you are wearing mask, or you are using seat belt, or you are using helmet. It's for your safety, for your necessity. Why don't you understand this point? If due to this you die, not policemen, what's purpose? It's your suffer, not policemen. We should be real. We should feel really. I have seen people don't think. Really, this is surprising. There is no science in this. There is no physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, algebra here. It is simply math. Nothing else. It's only precautionary measure. At least, okay, there is no virus, fine. Dust shall not go to your nose, your mouth. It's a protection against dust. Dust is available to enter your nose these days, because there is sometimes it is 40 kilometer wind, sometimes 60 kilometer wind, sometimes even 10 kilometer winds. But you remember, small particles are remain suspended in air. Do you know small particles? I'm talking about heavy particles. I'm talking about light particles. Light particles are so light that they are very small size, and they always remain suspended in air in form of dust, but we can't see them. It's form of pollution, it's form of gases, it's form of particles of dust, it's form of what, or even pollutants. Pollutants. Now again pollution is started because all vehicles are out, people are using them. So these pollutants can enter your nose, enter your mouth, enter your eyes. Can't. So why don't you understand, if you are using mask, use it properly. And I think mask is not much better. Better use your handkerchief. Well, I've seen that, so I'm telling, people are not careful. It doesn't mean you beat them, I'm not saying that, but you should take care of that. If you are wearing mask, at least wear it adequately, so that purpose of mask is achieved, other objective is achieved. Otherwise there is no meaning to wear mask. I am only interested in telling you precautionary measures, not about politics of world. That's not my interest in this talk. I'm not here to criticize USA or UK or some other country or our country. That's not my job. But I am interested in public talk, not in political talk. public talk of safety, public talk of whatever there is, whatever I can share with public. That's my purpose. Yes, during this talk some reference to politicians of course should come in. No problem, that should come in. Sometimes you cannot hide facts. Facts must be exposed. That is duty of every citizen of my country as well as all other countries. We should accept facts, and if you don't accept facts, you deny yourself to your mind, to your conscience. You do not cast justice to yourself. I am not supporter of whatever politicians. I least bother about that. I am not a purchased person by politicians. I am an independent citizen of this country and of this world. I don't care who is politician here or somewhere else. That's not my problem. And I shall speak whatever I can speak in support of public. That's my job as an engineer, as a citizen, as a responsible person, as a awakened person, as a person who can analyze, who can think, and who can share outcome with others. That's my sole purpose. Nothing else, because I want to help those who can't understand too easily. They need some explanation, they need some direction, there are many more intelligent people than I am. But I'm not seeing many videos from those people. I have seen them just capped. They can't open, they can't say anything. When shall you say? If this time you will not say. Which time shall come that you will speak in favor of public? It's my right to speak in favor of public. It's my fundamental right. It's my fundamental duty as well to educate people according to our constitution. That is Article 51A, duty, fundamental duty. I have to set my country right. I have to allow my country to rise. And country rises only when people rise. I am not interested in politicians because fundamental duties do not talk of politicians. They talk of public, they talk of citizens. As a part of citizenry, it's my responsibility to educate you people as much as I can. And as much as you can get from me or I can get from you. This is mutual exchange. There is only reason that I involve some time to talk about all problems related to this pandemic, COVID-19, related to whatever management or whatever national issues or whatever engineering issues or whatever international issues. If I can understand, I can talk to you. I did not think in my life that I will read every day 10-15 newspapers or watch videos related to those subjects, because I did get a job, professional job for years together. But I'm not upset with that, because my objective is not money making. My objective is constructive. My objective is to use your knowledge, your mind. If I don't use my knowledge, it will become septic, it will become like water stagnated in some pool or in some well, which starts giving you offensive smell one day or carbon dioxide one day. For that purpose, I want to keep my active and to share information, and it has been for years now, because of benefit of Facebook or some other social sites. I try to use that medium for you people. I am explaining to you because you should change, you should think out of your mind, you should throw out of your mind that I am interested in politics. Politics is not my nature. My nature is facts speaking. Speaking truth to you, bring to you, because truth cannot be compared to false. Untrue, then say untrue or false. There is no relation between truth and false. Actually, you say, practically speaking, false does not exist. Only truth exists. As we say, there may be trillions of false. At one moment, one truth can collapse all and extinguish all. And we usually say, Satyameva Jayate, which means truth always triumphs. सत्य की जीत होती है हमेशा. When I use Facebook or other medium or talk videos, some people get upset. I don't know reason. Everybody has right to criticize what is right or what is wrong. We have to observe and then write our comments. Some people think that they are, I don't know, I do not want to impact someone, but they are automatically impacted. If I raise question about public, I don't know why they oppose it. It is foolishness to oppose if I talk in interest of public. It's my public. You may consider it your public, you may not consider your public, but it's my public. I am not interested in their votes. I am interested in their good time, in their support, in their well-being. I am regretting that I belong to a population which do not care about its people. Unfortunately, every country has different classes of people. We do have. We are talking too much. And particularly, I would say, to all those high-profile youth and educated classes, professionals who never talk for work. I have different opinion in this regard. They talk of everything. Economy, environment. Yesterday was Environment Day, World Environment Day 2020. I attended two sessions, two seminars, webinars. One was by CSC for Delhi pollution and other was by Institution of Engineers India, Faridabad local center. Whatever I understood from these seminars, though usually I try to attend them, and all are intellectuals they are. They talk of biodiversity, this and that and all that, all routines type of lectures, all routine type of lectures. I did not find in those any real problem faced by our country workers, industrial workers. I don't understand this point. Every time I say, but I don't understand what's problem with our people. I don't understand, are we a realistic society or we are just coward society? That's a point to be understood and decided. Lot of talks on biodiversity, on environment. Lot of talks. References, water bodies, this, species, all that's okay, fine. But the real bio is human being. This biodiversity which you are talking of should be protected by whom? By human being. And if human being is not protected, what's the meaning of biodiversity? Just like we say this is Bharat, this is India. Okay, what is Bharat, what is India? Can you ask a question to yourself? What is Bharat, what is India? What is our country? Our country is land, rivers, or fertilizers, or fields, or trains, or buses, or what? What is our country? You may say, yes, many more names can be added to this list. Yes, can be added. But what is country? What is Bharat? It's not easy to answer. But there is simple answer. Neither river is Bharat, nor road is Bharat, nor train is Bharat, nor field is Bharat, nothing is Bharat. People of Bharat are Bharat. People of India are Bharat, no other Bharat. It applies to every country like that. It's not geographical land, it is only people of this country or other countries who constitute country. This is simple point, people don't understand. If you don't preserve people, if you don't respect people, if you don't help them, you don't regard them, don't honor them, whom you want to honor? You want to honor riches? You want to honor industrialists? You want to honor leaders? Whom do you want to honor? You have to honor, number one, lowest class of people. Worst class of people who are most poor. You have to honor them. If you cannot honor them, you insult your own, you insult your nation. Bottom portion of your body is your feet, legs. If your feet and legs are weakened, are damaged, you can't stand. This point must be very clear to everybody. If you cannot understand this point, your mind doesn't work. Check your mind. Your psychology is dead. Check your mind. Your conscience is dead. Check your mind. If my feet is weak, my feet are weak, my legs are weak, my knees are weak, my heels are weak, I can neither stand nor walk. This lowest class, we call them Shramik or whatever we call them. Even if you consider them Shramik, what is Shramik? It is, Shram means work. Shram means application of energy. Shram means karma. Shramik. Worker number one. Shramik. I am not call them labor. I don't call them labor because everybody is labor. This lowest class of people are not called haves, they are called haves not. They are not rich, they don't have any wealth, they just earn and eat. Just like we don't care for our legs, for our feet every time, we don't take care of these people. We take care of these people in my body, in my arms, in my head. We are much worried about them. We are not worried about these. This means if our bottom portion is not strong, up to knees we are not strong, or up to hips we are not strong, what do you call that? If a person's legs cannot work, what do you call such person? Shall you not call that person is like a person who uses wheelchair? So are we using wheelchairs in this country? We are not moving country, we are not walking country, we are wheelchair country. This is what we are. We are wheelchair country because we forgot our legs, we forgot our feet. And mind it, no economy or no society can move without them, particularly we in this country. But we did not care for them. We did not even name them when we talk. When we conduct seminars, we conduct lectures, we don't even call them. We talk a lot about everything superficial, which is not happening and which cannot happen. We talk of that. We don't talk of facts. And when we don't talk of facts, means we hide facts, or we try to avoid facts, or we try to skip them because we can't answer. And if we can't answer, whose fault is this? Our fault. Every citizen is responsible for country. But those who have wealth, who have political power, who have industrial power, they can handle everybody because of money. But money is not everything. There should be justice done to everyone. We all talk as if we are very good talkers. Our writings are very good. Our everything is very good. We understand very good. That's what we talk. Let me pick some switch off because anyway, let us wait for 5 minutes. Light actually has no power now, and I think if wall fan is working, let me see for 5 minutes, and I put this off. Otherwise, it will be a problem on inverter. Well, sorry, I disturbed this. But my statement is, if you don't respect your legs, your body will not work. I'm just surprised to see that people, because those who deliver lectures are not very small people. They are, you can say, well educated, well highly profile people who talk in seminars, webinars, and they talked of everything. In one seminar they talked of pollution, how to control pollution, how to help them. Complete analysis was done by csc.org. Well, that's related to NCR and Delhi, so it was not a big issue. They were talking of how pollution came up and how it has to go now, and this is what we have to control. That was actually talk of that one. So it is not very extensive, you can say, as far as Environment Day is concerned. Environment is big one, biodiversity, environment, and all this pollution. We have to think in a different perspective, not in just going to data and check. Data analysis doesn't work there because we are not thinking of data analysis. We are thinking, oh, check it. If 60 lakhs, 1 lakh, 1 crore motorcycles, cars daily are driven in Delhi, or 35 crores are driven in our country, then there is no meaning as such. Are we vehicle driven country or we are rail driven, mind driven country? We have to decide, we use mind or we use vehicles. This is question of pollution. Is it really necessary to use car for every time or by everyone? Why do you want to use car? Okay, I'm not saying don't use car, but every time if you drive car, when shall you walk? When shall you can go to gymnasium, but you cannot walk, you cannot take sunlight, you cannot help, you cannot make your health, and you don't teach your kids also. Is that right? Sorry. I am not against driving car or driving facilities. I'm not against that. But certainly I am against those people who think it is a status symbol. If you use car, you mean you are up, and those who walk, they are down. If your mindset is that, then you are a foolish person. You are not educated. If car carry make your status, then you buy 20 cars. You will be 20 times status, you think? This is nonsense. You want to fall sick. You want to pollute your mind. Why? Don't you want to be healthy? Don't you want to be smart? Don't you want to keep your mind burning and firefighted like? Why don't you? Don't you want your kids to be stronger in life? You want them to be always in the air-conditioned room? Why? Why don't you allow bodies to generate naturally? My questions are very difficult and harsh. You may be billionaire, doesn't matter. होंगे अरबपति आप, क्या होता है उससे? देश आपका ही नहीं है. It belongs to everybody. World आपका नहीं है. It belongs to everybody. Comfort is not fundamental. Comfort is just for sometimes. If you just believe in status symbol, why don't you drive cycle? My question is that. Why don't you drive cycle if you have to go to 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometer even? If I walk, it takes for me, let us say, 15 minutes to cover 1 kilometer. On a relaxed scale I am talking. 15 minutes in 1 kilometer. On an average, everybody can walk. This means you can walk in 1 hour 4 kilometers. If you can walk 1 hour in 4 kilometers, cycle can walk double. Cycle can move double. So cycle will go about 8 to 10 kilometers in 1 hour. Can your kid, or you cannot drive your kid by cycle to school? If your office is say 2 or 3 kilometers away, 4 kilometers away, 5 kilometers away, 6 kilometers away, can't you drive by cycle? What is problem? You think cycle is meant for worker only? It's meant for poor only? Here is a question mark that raises eyebrows. After all, it's walk or cycling or car, just journey travel. It's nothing else. It's only question of travel, not of status symbol. When you drive car, you know what you do? I'm saying that if you drive very often, whole day, wherever you go, you drive car and you cover say 200 kilometers driving every day, you are, first of all, adding fuel to fire. Why I am saying fuel to fire? Because air is already fire. Air contains all pollutants. All pollutants. Real requirement of air is that it should have oxygen, it should have nitrogen, it should have argon or many very minor percentage of some other gases. It should contain that one. Tree should release oxygen to you in daytime. That is general nature of construction of all these agencies. That we understand. Chemical processes. And it's a part of biodiversity itself. You need that air. But what you are taking? You are taking methane in that, ethane in that, propane in that, butane in that, carbon dioxide in that, hydrogen sulfide in that. Which gas is not there that you are not breathing in? Okay, you may say it's not on ground. Okay, it may not be on ground, but it's there at 10 kilometers top. In air cells, methane is available. And methane, what is that? Organic gas. When sunlight rises on it, it multiplies as a fact. It converts to heat. And when it converts to heat, it raises temperature of air by say few degrees. So what happens? It breaks in combination of carbon dioxide, other gases, protective layer of ozone that is available to protect life on surface of earth. You drive car, you drive scooter, motorcycle, you use flight, use helicopter. All these facilities release carbon dioxide. And which is released to where? It's released to air. So because of you, because of your excessive car driving, because of your diesel use, petrol use, because of your comfort, I am getting affected. Because you are enjoying, you are driving, but I am affected. Poor person is affected. Lower middle class is affected. Every table owner is affected. Shopkeeper is affected. What right do you have got? What right do you have to make me sick? Okay, you want to be sick, be sick. But why are you making me sick? My question to you all drivers is, I am not talking about others. Because of you, I am getting sick. I am getting asthma. I am getting respiratory problem. I am of course getting some long-term disease like cancer, like diabetes, like all that. Directly or indirectly, your abusive driving is responsible for that. So I am complaining to all. Don't you feel shame that you are driving every day too much? Okay, you want to go to office, fine, but you are showing your status symbol, your congestion or road also due to you. All cars are parked on road itself. So road which is meant for walking and driving and road, all half road is blocked by cars. When you park cars like this, what happens? All dust is sprayed on road from your cars. You are adding fuel to fire. And these dust particles which move from one place to another place all day because of your car driving. Because first of all you don't have driving sense. You don't follow driving rules. You race up when there is no rules. You race up. And these dust particles move from this place to that place, that place to that place because of you. When they fly out because of your car, they go to my nose, my mouth, my head, my eyes. So you are infecting my body parts. Who are you to do that? Your car is closed, your glasses are up, you are enjoying air conditioning inside, and you are killing me indirectly. You are throwing all your disposals to my eyes, my nose and my mouth and my ears and my head. Should I not beat you in that case? I have every right to speak in that case. I don't need any right from police or from management or government. It's my right because I am affected. You are just giving all this. It's if you have only right to move on road, other person has got no right. You are born fool, I can say. When you are in car, you think you are in skies. Everybody should go out because you are driving. You are only driving for yourself, not for me. How many of these cars owners gave car to working class who walked on road? You did not help them. So there is no meaning of you should have car. And if you are making money in this country, it's not because of your work, it's because of those who work for you. If you calculate from population analysis, 50% people are out of job. They don't work at all. You can say kids, you can say below age 18 years, you can say all those senior people, you can say all those depend on earning hands. About 50% of population just sit at home. And other 10% are those who just are working in such like property dealing, this dealing, that dealing, all this non-hard-working jobs. And there may be some percentage people who are in government services. They are not doing any physical work. So how many percent are left? These are only our industrial workers, factory workers, who work hard, who burn their blood for you and me. So what do we treat them? We consider them commodity like onion, like banana, like that vegetable, as if we take out the skin from that and throw. These are the. So are these people not your people? If these people do not, you don't own them, then why do you use them? Why do you employ them? Because you need them. You require them. Your industries, your factories, your business won't work, won't move if these people not work with you. So what did you give these people? You gave nothing. You just threw them out when they were in the most critical time. You ignored them, you condemned them, you quit them, and you skipped from there so that you shall not pay money to them. So your wealth is like, abuse, is like stool, is like urine. Your wealth is condemned. Your wealth is a rag like rubbish. You can pay to PM cares as if it's your money. Your money is your money because these people work for you. Get money now. These are not there. Make money now. These are not there. Big question. It's not question to weep or to be sad, but time is to analyze what we are understanding, what we do, why don't we understand facts of life. Everybody is required in a country. In this country is equally yours and ours and theirs. You cannot say you are higher. Money does not make someone higher. It's character of a person, it's mindset of a person, it's thought of a person. What level you think about others. You can feed dogs, you can feed cats, you can do for them. You spend thousands of rupees on these, but you can't think of those who really work and who constitute this country. I said people of a country constitute country, not geographical area, not other resources. It's public that make a country. So I did not find in these webinars any intellectual who could even just think of these people. They are all engineers, they are technocrats, they are educated people, but their education is only on walls, only on imaginations, not on real life, not on ground. They would talk of COVID, they will talk of pollution, they will talk of biodiversity, they will talk of environment, they will give you long references, talks, PowerPoint presentation and everything, but they will not talk of facts of life. Yes, there is Zoom, there is webinar, there is video conference, everything is there, that's fine. But this is only for communication. It's not giving you food. It's not giving you crop, wheat or grain or vegetable. Only farmers can give. It's not going to give you industrial product, only workers can give. This point we miss always. I am very unhappy with intelligent people of this country. All classes of intelligent people. They are not practical. They are inactive in life. All in critical times, they don't think. They think only in normal times. They work, they get salaries and money and make money and enjoy life. I did not find any section of intellectuals. I don't know reason for that. They were talking of everything, they never talked of poor. As if poor do not belong to this country. A kind of threat in their mind scares them, I worry them. For what? I don't know. 130 billion people of this country. 1.3 billion people of this country. 130 crores. And out of them there must be 20 crores or 10 crores, let us say. 10 crores if not more. Or even say 5 crores, forget 10 crores. 5 crores. Intelligence, engineers, doctors, professors, IAS, MBAs, others, all. No speak, no courage. What's purpose of your life? Just to stay in job and get salary and that's it? Is that only purpose? Means you are a pet dog of this government. Just like a dog needs milk every time, biscuit every time and food every time, just waits for that time only. Otherwise enjoys, runs here and there. Or cat does same thing. Are you in that category? If you can't speak for your people, how can you manage? If you are given country or some responsibility as such, can you manage? If you are running an industry, can you manage? If you don't support your people, you can never manage. So you can be a teacher only. You teach a student without any liability, without any accountability, like a judge who doesn't take any responsibility and accountability, like a minister who has no responsibility. So these are all useless people. Those people who don't own any responsibility, any accountability, any liability. I consider them useless people. Useless, completely useless. So we are useless society. I used to write in amazing language, we are a sleeping society. I am not saying we are not a sleeping society, we are a dead society. Dead. Shame unto me that I was born in this society. I can't say shame to this country. There is no problem in country. There is a problem in people of this country, not your country. I don't know, rather than believing in ourselves, having confidence in ourselves, trust in ourselves, trust in God, we are having trust in some one person only, and this is all our world. Complete nonsense. How can you be responsible to one when there are 130 crore people? How can you be responsible to one? It's not possible. One person cannot replace 130 crore people. Everybody is responsible. Everybody. You can't press people. You can't suppress them. Environment, we call Earth Environment Day. And what about this environment? That environment of air pollution, biodiversity pollution, water pollution, land pollution can be managed in time. That can be handled because we spoiled this, we polluted that, nobody else. No aliens came to earth to pollute it. We people are responsible for this. All 8 billion people of earth are responsible for this. Nobody came from above. No souls came to spoil this. We spoiled this. So when we did something, it's our duty to repair it. We have to repair it. We are not thinking. But this environment, which is the mental environment, this environment, we have closed our minds. It is tied up like this, tied up. Don't open it. Just like some religions do. Don't think on this. You have no right to think. Just say what Bible does. Or just accept what Quran says. Accept what this says. And that's it. If you believe that, we are not human beings. We are just slaves. Whichever religion. I'm telling for all. Don't think beyond this. Don't speak about this, or I will beat you. Why should I live for religion? My question is that. Why should I live for a religion which I don't believe? I don't believe in a religion. This is my choice. Because this is fictitious. This is man-made. Man-created. Human wrote all these books to its satisfaction, to its demands, so that business of religion move on. I am not living to thrive business of religion. My religion in my mind, my religion my work, my religion is my efforts, hard work, thinking work, mind work. My religion is that. Work is worship. Work is worship. Thought is worship. Positive thinking is worship. Helping others is worship. Thinking for others is worship. I am a world citizen. I have to think for all 8 billion people of earth. Earth is my home, not my country alone. That is where I am staying physically. Otherwise, world is my home. I belong to universe. We say Vasudev Kutum. What is Vasudev Kutum? If you say now I am Hindu or I am Muslim, where is Vasudev? Vasudev is never Hindu. Vasudev is never Muslim. Vasudev is never Christian. Or else is never. It's only you say Vasudev Kutum. This means everybody, including all creatures, living beings or organisms, are from that family. So what's the purpose of fighting them? No purpose of fighting. But here everybody is interested in physics. Everybody is interested in practicality, which they call practicality of life. You snatch right of others and say I'm practical. This is mine. This is not yours. This is what's happening. So where is God then? Why you say you are religious? You are not religious. You are not at all religious if you do not think of all. Oh, this is mine. If you don't accept, I shall tell you. If your thought is that, you cannot be called that you are a religious person. You are not religious. You are person interested in stealing others. You are stealing property of others. You are stealing that. You are robbing that. Good morning, Chaudhary. Sometimes I feel when I'm talking, I don't know, maybe automatically starts like that. What can I do? I can't help it. So what I was saying is something, if you analyze thoroughly, you will find that there are devils everywhere who want to pull others, who want to beat others, and who want to, who want to take their positions, their rights for themselves. This is all over the world. And particularly in our country, we don't want to give them their rights. We are a society that's coward. We are a coward society. We don't get their rights. We are afraid from those who are powerful. We are not afraid from those who are not powerful. And this very, 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 very pinpointing is a workers' issue. We are talking of everything. This issue of workers, our industrial workers, our so-called, they call them Shramik. These workers who cannot speak, who cannot write because they are not academically educated, but they are physically strong. They are stamina people, potent people. They have proved it, no need explanation. I got a news, Supreme Court has given time now up to this date, 15 days, I think in 15 days, you have to get all them home if they want to go home. Supreme Court is now not in dream, it's not sleeping, I think, or maybe some judges woke up. It's same Supreme Court who one time ignored that petition, and now it has taken suo moto. See difference? This means there are people who are different in mindset. Chief Justice Magoi, his mindset was not open. He was a blind mind when he dismissed that petition. But now some other one is there. His mind, I think, is open, or he had a feeling that that person did injustice to these people. So now it's not even a petition, it's a suo moto. So someone is there. So we can say if one person doesn't work, there is someone else to work, though it takes time. This is what I am talking about. There are people who think, and there are people who sleep only, who don't think. And those who think, nature thinks for them, God thinks for them. God empowers them who think for others, who help others, who are not selfish, who are not self-oriented, self-goal-oriented. You have to be that. You have to be that. And if you cannot be that, you will not get anything. You have to raise question to yourself. Did you do justice to yourself? If you could not do justice to yourself, you can't do justice to everybody else. I'm just giving an example. It's not my talk. We are talking about everyone. We are not talking about those who seek your support. You are talking about biodiversity. You are talking about these creatures. You can say grasshopper, some other creatures, locusts, like and snakes and all those, you're talking about them. They are there. Nobody is going to harm them. What about these? What about these without whom you can't survive? You can't survive without them. 100% clear. You have a feeling in mind, a mindset that, oh, these are poor people. Automatically they will come back, don't worry about them. First you ignore them, let them go to hell. Actually you thought that. Every industrialist, every factory owner, and even government thought, let them go to hell. They let them do whatever. Who remembers everything here in this country? Nobody remembers. That mindset did not force you to think about them. Otherwise, you would have thought for them. You didn't think of them because you have a criminal angle in your mind. Your mindset is criminally oriented. You may be industrialist, you may be owner of factory, you may be politician, or you may be whatever you are. You are self-oriented because you are government servant, scientist, you are government servant, engineer, or you are president. Why do you worry about them? You are getting your salary, that's okay, fine. If they go, let them go, what can I do? Why should you support them? Yes, because you have to secure your job, you have to keep it, you have to secure your position, you have to be in good books of your honor. That's why you don't talk of them. You would not talk of them. That's a fact. That's the fact, you would not talk of them. And you did not talk. I didn't find anybody to talk about these people. Crores of people, not one or two, crores. I got maybe about 15 crores, 16, maybe 20 crores, I don't know. These are spine of our country, backbone of our country. Well, what can I say if people don't speak about them? They are cheating themselves. They are not cheating these people. When you go up after leaving this body, you may be asked a question by God. You are an engineer, you are a doctor, anyway doctors are doing their job. I'm not talking of doctors, I'm talking of all others. When this government tortured them, what were you doing? Here you may not answer, there you have to answer. Certainly you have to answer, you are a responsible person. You are not ordinary person. You use them. So you have a duty to ask for them. You use them. Why don't you ask them? Nobody will ask. Long lectures, only useless PowerPoint presentation, nothing else there. Are you living for a PowerPoint presentation or facts of life? Well, I have spoken enough for them. I should now move on to further talks. COVID is not going to take back flight soon. It has come, I think, for a long journey on earth, and I hope that this journey will take maybe many years to come. And they all say that learn how to live with it. No need of saying that. It may be virus, this one, or someone else, or some other calamity which comes in. People live with that. Just like we are living with polluted air, we are living with polluted fields, polluted roads, polluted everything. We are living in polluted minds as well. So when our mind is polluted, you can stay, you can move with any whatever kind of pollution you have, whatever kind of sickness you have, whatever kind of virus you have, you can stay and move with that. Nothing very much special in that. I usually talk of quality system, management system, and that's what I am concerned. Every time I talk about that. Management. Buildings, quality buildings, green buildings, you're talking about. We should have green buildings, this and that. They will make it talk. Okay, fine, that's okay, that's requirement. But are you having quality buildings? Point is that. Are you yourself quality person? Point is that. First you evaluate yourself. Every person should evaluate yourself, what quality you have. what character you have, how much can you do, are you doing to your stamina, your capacity or not? You have to make sure. And if you are not doing, why are you not doing? If your every act is only for money, that you have to decide. If every act is for money, you have to decide your money liver or your life liver. If your destiny is only money, not life, not happiness of mind. Happiness, see, there are two kinds of happinesses. One is happiness of physical happiness. I have all facilities, I am happy, I am dancing, I am celebrating, I am drinking, I am going to party, I am calling party. All to do that, that's happiness. That is expressive happiness. That is happiness, this is demonstrative to others. And there is another kind of happiness which it does not need any demonstration. It is in your. That happiness is required. That's happiness according to me. Maybe my face very serious, but inside I am not serious. Inside I am enjoying. Maybe you say, oh, this person is very serious. I never find this person smiling and laughing or enjoying or talking to someone. Always serious and serious. He is serious according to your thought. Because you want to see face. You don't want to see mind. You don't want his contemplation. Those who keep thinking, their face becomes different. You forget face. Those people who keep thinking, they don't even sometimes know that they have taken food, or they are wearing pant or only shirt, or whether shirt is outside or inside, half outside pant or out inside pant, they don't know. If you point out, then only, oh, okay. This happens. Because one who thinks, always thinks for problems and solutions, that person is very different. You cannot call that person 100% present. That person is maybe 70% absent. Because your mind is busy, immersed in some problem. It cannot come out until that problem is over, or you have to bring out to understand another problem, leaving that problem behind and then reconsider it and leaving this problem. That stage of that person is very different. That person in fact is very powerful. Powerful not physically, powerful mentally. Because his mind works like rocket. His mind works like, there is no other physical energy that can move like this. It's like that. And that is possible. Reason being, I am telling you psychological reasons. We all are part of this earth. Agreed or don't agree? I think it's a very simple question. When we live on earth, we are all part of earth. And we are a part of earth. So what earth is doing, we are also doing that. When earth is circulating or it is having rotary motion on its axis, earth is always moving, you know that. It's moving, you can say, at about 1600 km per hour on its axis. This means air is also moving. Air is also moving. Trees are also moving. You are also moving and I am also moving, right? Otherwise, if you don't move, if this tree is here now, it should be somewhere else after 1 hour and I should be at some other place. But it doesn't happen. This means air also moves with this. And also we know that earth rotates or moves in orbit of sun at a speed of 1.25 lakh kilometer per hour. You can calculate it, and if you cannot calculate it, you can see my calculations available on earth file, earth topic, solar system topic. File is there, complete calculations are there, you can refer to that. It has been done. Why I am asking this? I am telling you speed of earth. rotary speed or orbiting speed. What's purpose of that? I have a purpose of that. When Earth rotates, this means I also rotate. When Earth orbits, this means I also orbit. It means I have certain connection to God like Earth has invisible connection to God. That is true. That's why I am alive and you are alive. Otherwise we won't be alive. So after all, you may ask a question, why I am telling you this? What is purpose in this talk? Yes, this is the purpose. I am questioning about mind. I am raising a question about mind of everybody, how it is controlled and how it functions. When your mind is also moving according to earth movement, but I don't feel it and you don't feel it, that's true. But it is moving. This means there is some connection which is also moving. This means my mind is not stationary. I'm saying effect of my mind, physique of my mind, structure of mind and my body as well is always in motion in relation to that movement of earth. Rotary movement on its axis as well as orbital movement, which is excessive speed of 125,000 km per hour. You may feel it too much. No, it's not too much. Sun is located at 15 crore km from here. So 15 crore km from here and 15 km from other end, because it's encircling. So 30 crore km itself and 14 lakh kilometer diameter of sun. So this is diameter, if you calculate 30.14 kilometer, and you find this circumference of this motion and divide by your 365 days and 24 hours, you will find this value. This means there is a transfer of dynamic energy. Why don't you understand that point? There is a transfer of continuous, very fast energy into your mind and body. So your mind is actually working, if not mentally, physically, because it is automatically connected, it is dedicatedly connected to nature, who is transmitting energy to your mind. So that energy, radial, is also moving around with this. So it's that radial motion, you can say this motion connected to your mind is also, that radial is also moving. Your mind can never be stationary until you die. When you die, power of mind leaves this body. And this energy you are moving with is so much that you don't feel it. Your mind is energetic. It's moving with that speed, and this energy is transferred to your body parts. And also another gate is there which allows it to come up. So your energy keeping like this. That's what I'm saying. If you can't use this energy, you squeeze this energy, try to hold it. When you are not using mind, then it becomes septic. It becomes inactive. And if your mind is inactive, you know what you are? You are dead. Only body is living, mind is dead. Means you know how much you are losing in that case. Imagine, here you are losing only money, but there in mind you are living you are missing your life, you are missing everything, because you think only for money, not of your mind. This is my point of view about it. That's what I am asking. I am saying that mind is very important. And those who cannot raise question, this means their mind is dead. Nearly dead. Living only that that percentage, maybe 2-3% that's required for survival, just to have breathing. Means you can't speak, your mind is closed, and when you cannot speak for others, you cannot speak for yourself also. Mind should be kept energized, otherwise you are dead. So what I say, in our country, hardly 0.5% are not there, 0.5% who have courage to speak. If I say 1%, let us say, if I say 1%, it should be around 1 crore, if not more. If you take half population out, okay, even then there are 65 crores. You leave them, take 50 crores, or let us take 25 crores. If there are 25 crores, means 1% is how much? You can see yourself. If there are not even those people who can speak, this means we are a mentally dead society. Mentally dead. Psychologically dead. Mentally dead. We are not think tank. We are not think nation. We can't do anything on our own, and we look at others to tell us something what to do. Why only we think that? Despite having millions of scholars in our country, why we think that? Because ruling people who come by vote of people, they do not want you to think and speak against them. Because if you think, you speak, you will never speak in favor of those who do not respect you, in favor of those who do not respect public. Actually, those people have an intention that these people who are workers should touch their feet and live. That is mindset of our people. And that's the mindset of our people, that if you drive a cycle, your status is low, and if you drive a car, your status is high. This is mindset of people. This is mindset of people. If I walk on road, I am poor, I don't have money, and if I have a car, I am rich. That's mindset of people. But they forget mindset is only property in this world that can you make rich. That can make you rich. Scientists made world. They were not very rich, but they had mind. Those people who don't have mind and they are in ruling class, they spoil nations, like it's happening everywhere. They spoil nations. I am not able to find a single person in politics all over the world whom I can say he is a leader of world. Not even a single person. Out of 8 billion people. 8 billion people. That is my observation. Can be wrong. I am not exclusively intelligent. I can only analyze, that's my job. You may ask me, why do you analyze everything? It's not myself, it automatically does. Your mind is so powerful, it can analyze everybody. Mind is so powerful. If it is activated all time, when you go to school, what you do? What's the purpose of going to school? Because at that time, your mind is not very active when you join school. Your mind is constrained, it's very small. Your kid, it's not fully activated. To activate that, to get password of the activation, you join school. You study there for a few years. Then you get pass in every class. And finally, you get final password. You get admission to university. And then learn more and more and get another password, which is called pass, education. So ultimately, you reach, after crossing so many passes, you get final degree. And then you use that degree for your work. That's the purpose of activation of mind. So, though we have passed many certificates, we have passed many bridges, we say we are top class educated people. But only educated, not professionally educated. Even though we are professionally educated, they are not professionally educated. They are only educated for purpose of job orientation and nothing else. If you cannot speak clearly about your work, about your profession, then what for you are doing? If you are educated one in engineering, you should speak about work, you should speak about quality, you should speak about material, about everything, that it should be rightly, it should be accurately used. But it's not being done. It's not being done. There is no profession in our country which is not malnutrition. Medical profession, engineering profession, accountancy profession, all other professions are malnutrition. They are not very well profession. They are just money-making professions, nothing else. By hook or by crook, you have to make money, and that's all. If that's point of your advancement, then this advancement is not advancement. This is just, stealing money, robbing money, playing with circumstances, and just doing things which suit you. I consider that person right who can say no. There are two, yes or no. Which one you believe in? If there is a need, there is a requirement, you should say no. I like those persons who can say no. Because you need courage to answer no. Everybody can say yes, sir, yes. Yes is very easy. If something is difficult, that is no. Because when you say no, this is a gunpoint. Because to whom you are saying no is powerful, much more powerful than you are. That person feels, oh, this man has come in my encountering. Oh, this can replace me. I should kill him. You can say no equal to killing, invitation of killing, invitation of coming out of job. No is that powerful. If you want to destabilize your life, you can say no. If you want to suffer in life, you can say no. If you want to live peacefully, you can say no. But if you want to live comfortably, you have to say yes. If you want to shoe polish your boss, you can say yes. If you want to survive, you can say yes. So yes and no have got different meanings in our society. A person who can speak, a person who can question, a person who can think for nation, really that person is a person. Others are shoes, chappals. Those who can't use their education power, but always fear, always follow others, or says, yes, I agree, yes. That person wants to live only. Such persons are 98%, 99%. What I say, in our country, as is known, 98 to 99% are crooked. Crooked in a sense, they lie, they promise something they never do, or they delay. They will speak everything, they will do nothing. That is our country. Honesty is much above or below, you can say. If you compare honesty and dishonesty, dishonesty on sky and honesty in root of tree, here people are not measured by value of mind, by value of honesty, by value of commitment, by value of dedication. People are not measured with these parameters, with these attributes. They are measured what sort of dressing you have, which car you have, how much you can intermingle with others, how much you can loot this country, how much you can cheat others. This is our society. And we are so much immersed in this kind of corruption, it's like impossible to come out. But don't worry, you are going to come out soon. Because COVID-19 or Corona means that. I sometimes feel that throughout my life, now I'm 66 running, you can say 65, throughout my 65 years, I never even dreamed that a time would come in 2020 that would challenge everybody, that would attack everybody. And that time has come. I never knew that would come in my lifetime. I am lucky. I am fortunate to see that someone has come to change this earth. Nature, earth, people, it has come. Yes, it is pandemic, it's disease. When you have to treat, you have to cure someone, you have to take injection, you have to take bitter medicine, you have to do lot exercises to get rid of disease. So your corruption, your dishonesty, your all kinds of crimes actually are required to be treated, cured, and this curer, this Dr. Corona, I can say, Professor Corona, Professor COVID has come. Of course, it's now surveying only. It's only now trying to examine where it has to treat, it has to inject people. And it is doing that. Yes, it is imagination, but it is fact also. It's fact also. Nothing else. So, this means, if you see a few days back, it seemed that air was cleaner. It seemed that some pollution has gone. But now see again, it's not even 1 month that lockdown is open. All cars are out, all trucks are out, all scooters are out, all motorcycles are out. As if they are hunger of driving, they are going to buy whiskey, they are going to buy meat, they are going to buy as if they have never taken whiskey or meat in their life, and driving too. This is desire of people to enjoy life. If they miss something for a week or food too, they can't die just that. This is where we are. Better are those Europeans who are thinking about future and we are not thinking anything. What we are thinking, what our scientists are thinking, what our doctors are thinking, what our engineers are thinking, and what our public is thinking, what our politicians are thinking. Is there someone who can think? No one. Complete blackboard, flash black. There is an error. Error society we are. Blackboard we are. Black mind we are. We cannot think we can go to tantric for some problem. We cannot think. We believe in astrology, which is a gutter. No astrologer told this is going to come. So it's a gutter now. What else? We are not at all thinking about how shall we handle future. Europe is thinking. Europe is thinking, stop this pollution. These mobiles, these smartphones, this television, these laptops, all these machines, and whatever plastic material we are making, we are manufacturing, we enhance life of that, enhance durability of that, double or triple, so that repair can be managed. We want to believe in repair. We don't want to throw materials after use of few years. That's their mindset. So they got some lesson. So what lesson we got? They got a lesson that we have to stop use of this metal every 2 or 3 years. We produce new and throw old on beaches, and beaches are spoiled. They are thinking that We give incentive to repair science, to repair technology, so that we don't throw this equipment every 2 or 3 years. And they instruct their people, kids and youth, use cycle. They have small tracks also there. Go by cycle or by walking to your office. Don't use public transport. At least they are thinking. Maybe they are not using till now, or they are not happy with that, but there is instruction. They are saying stop taking too much meat and chicken and all that and using dairy product. At least they are thinking. What are we thinking? Nothing. Nothing we are thinking. They say car limit is over, we don't need cars. We never say that. We never say that. That's what I say. We are not thinking society because we are mentally dead. Mentally dead. A country which should have thousands of leaders, lakhs of leaders in this country, are void of leaders, unfortunately. When they say only there is one person leader, this means this is a fool's country. There can be no one person as leader. You can't generate leaders. Everybody is leader. You can't generate leaders. To whom you consider leader, how he is leader, he has not justified till now that he is a leader. You think face is leadership? No. Action is leadership. Mind dynamism leadership. Problem solving is leadership. Analysis work is leadership. Problem understanding is leadership. Do you have? If our engineer cannot think how to get quality, they should be out of engineering. If they cannot think. If they cannot think how to help our workers, how to think of our society, they should be out of engineering. We don't want physical engineers, we want active engineers. If you don't take quality values, if you don't deliver good products, quality products, valuable products, what's the purpose of them? You are wasting material. They talk of institutions, they talk this, that, this lead, that, this mark, that mark. They are not talking on ground, they are talking in air. They can't act anywhere except talking. Quality must be number one, and safety be number one before quality. Safety, quality, work. Of course, there is a design, that's a part of work. If we don't have this, we don't have a culture like that, I should say safety culture, quality culture, product culture, social culture, mind culture, there should be culture for everyone. There is a compulsion now that because of lockdown or because of restrictions, you have to conduct webinars. Okay, I mind doing that, it's okay, fine. At least you are conducting from your home. There is a way you are saving, you are not going to location or venue. It's your home is a venue now, but it is short term. They won't accept this forever because they have to move out of home. Always there is some change, and change is a must. And particularly engineering community, I call it and we call it, change is a must. And professionals and particularly engineers are treated or are called agents of change. Agents of change. If you cannot think of changing, you have no right to be called an engineer, because if you want to change one forest or a desert to a city or habitation, you have to change. That change is required. That change is required. And therefore, engineering is required. Engineering is required for change of everything. I'm not talking of civil engineering only. I am talking in general. There was IT engineering, that's why there is change now because of IT engineering. One time there was electrical engineering, there was a complete change of electrical with electrical. There was a time for mechanical, everything was mechanized, industrialization happened. So every engineering brought a change. Civil engineering brought a change to convert open to covered area, to building, to industry, to factory. And mechanical engineers brought change to mechanize this world. Electrical engineers changed machines to work and illumination of world. And now IT changed about how to communicate. So engineering is there. Agriculture engineering changed to multiple crops and quality of crops. Similarly, other engineering also involved in changes. So life, if required to be changed, is only because of multitude availability of engineering technologies. This is very easy to understand. You don't need a long lecture or long technology to understand this. You can understand this very easily. There is no problem in this. And all this lead to mechanism. Mechanism means governance, management or system operation. We generally call it management. We call it organization, or we call governance, or whatever we can say. In fact, this is applications of sciences, applications of system, when I say management or organization. We say in engineering that we have to learn theory and we have to apply that knowledge to work. That's called design. And then design is to be implemented, and that's called work. So what does it mean? We have to think, we have to have a conception, what do you want and what money we have to spend on that. That leads to designing something, and then we have to work on that and then get results of that. And that's all called production management, production organization, product organization, or activities resulting into products. You may call by whatever name. And that's project. Means we had projected some concept, we had projected some design, and we do that. We execute that, we implement that, and that's process, complete process from initiation to final delivery is called project. We project that imagination to delivery, and then this delivery automatically works for further deliveries or further maintenance of that material or that product. That's called operation. This point is little confusing, but it should be like that. Means create and operate, you can say. Engineer is a creator, and of course other people who follow up that as maintenance with other people. Every time when I talk management, organization, it's not different. Expression is different. I can express one point in 10 sentences. It depends on what do you think at what time. What I am thinking this time, not necessary I was thinking 1 minute back. It happens. Don't take it otherwise. What I thought yesterday, not necessary I should think today. It can change. Maybe I got another idea. So I should accept that also. And I should welcome it if I can use new idea. What's wrong with that? Idea is idea. Try it. And if it does not work, don't use it. So simple. Means it's not mathematical or mensurational calculation that you cannot say 2 plus 2 is not 4 but 5. You cannot say that. Idea you think comes by your own? Never. Idea is a transmission from God to you. God programs such a way that when you start thinking, you are connecting to God. This is my experience. This is not a spiritualism, this is my experience. Because we are all connected to God, or whatever power you can say, we all are connected. Just like proof is that we are connected to sun every day, at night also, because there is temperature, so this means it is power of sun that raises temperature in chemical action or in combination with air. So we are connected to sun, we are connected to air, we are connected to moisture of air, we are connected to complete available gases in air, and similarly we are connected to space because sun rays come through space. This means we can see our connection to sun and solar system. We can't see beyond that, we can see stars. This means we must be connected to God. I can't prove it, but it indicates, this current scenario indicates, when I am connected even to stars, sun, space, air, through radiations, sun radiations come through what? It comes through air, it comes through vacuum, vacuum is space, so it reaches you. This means you are connected permanently to God. You are permanently connected to God, but transmission of information comes only when you demand. Transmission comes to you, informative transmission comes to you or to me when we demand it. For that we don't send paper application or electronic application. We just start thinking, and when we start thinking, that route is activated, and that problem which I have is sent to that machine that we may say nowadays Internet of Things or G5. That Internet of Things or G5 or whatever G's they use, it sorts out answers for that and sends me back many options. Those many options that come from there, I analyze them further and use them. That's what I do. Everybody does. This is called what? Thinking. And many options come. So you have to select one and try that. If that fails, you select other one and try that. And select other one, try that. And which gives you best result. You can use that. Simple. What no problem in that. So you can say, when you start thinking, momentarily you are keying in your powerhouse here. Your power operates and it gains signals from you and you are getting answer. I call it spiritual movement or soul movement. If you try like this, if you energize your mind, if you energize your body by walking over something else in sun, you will get many answers yourself. You will enter into the imperialism. You call an empirical formula, you may get answers back. That is my purpose of system. When I say system, it's not physical system alone, it's all system. So this is my system criteria, my management or professional criteria, my quality criteria. And we start thinking like that. We may write also, if you have a habit of writing, or we may record, if you record video, whatever way you want to preserve that, you can preserve that. May forget some time, got that idea, but it will be somewhere with you and you can use it. As technically we do, as you know, we do every time. We can use that information that we get from. This is my thinking, can be different. कैन बी डिफरेंट, नो प्रॉब्लम। थोड़ा मैं हिंदी में बता देता हूँ, शायद सबको समझ ना आए। पहली बात तो मैं मजाक नहीं करता, मजाक करता हूँ तो वो भी दिमाग से करता हूँ। हम कुछ करते तो है नहीं, बोलते ही बोलते हैं। ये आदत है हम देश के लोगों की, बोलना बोलना और बोलना। कर देंगे, जरूर करेंगे, गारंटी देते हैं, सबकी आदत है ऐसा बोलने। लेकिन कोई कुछ नहीं देता, कोई जवाब नहीं देता। बातें करा लो जितनी मर्जी, जवाब नहीं करते, बातों का खाना चाहते। सोते हुए कहता था मैं पहले, पर अब मैंने वो भी कहना छोड़ दिया है, क्योंकि हम सो नहीं रहे, हम मरे हुए। हमारे देश की जनता 98%, 98% से 99% मरी हुई है। शायद कभी कुछ नहीं कर रही। दुनिया क्या क्या सोचकर क्या क्या बैठी है, हम वहीं पे नहीं बैठे। भगवान आएगा, हमारे बाप का नौकर है वो, हमारा काम करके जाएगा। यही सोचते हैं, ये नहीं सोचते वो हमारे अंदर पहले ही है। ये समझ नहीं आती बात हमको। हमारे अंदर है तो हम बैठे हैं ना, जिंदा है ना, हमें ये बात समझ नहीं आती। कोई भी बात हो, किसी से बात करो आप, ये नहीं हो रहा, वो नहीं हो रहा, कैसे? कोई बात नहीं है, साईं बाबा करेगा, बाबा करेगा, भगवान करेगा। अच्छा भैया, आपका तो नौकर बन गया भगवान, आप जो नहीं करेंगे वो करेगा। आता है यार, इतने बड़े आदमी हो, आपने आके भगवान को एम्प्लॉय बना लिया। आपने भगवान को अपना एम्प्लॉय बना लिया। इतने बड़े विद्वान हैं आप तो भी, भगवान करेगा, आप नहीं करेंगे, आप करना भी नहीं चाहते, भगवान करेगा। अरे यार, करके देखो तो सही। करना भी नहीं चाहते। कोई बात हो, कहीं कोई पानी छूट जाए, भगवान देखो। मतलब भगवान को कबाड़ी समझ के बैठे हैं हम। क्या समझ के बैठे? नौकर है भगवान का। कौन है वो? जिसने मुझे बनाया, जिसने इस दुनिया को बनाया, सृष्टि को बनाया, मतलब मेरे बाप का भी बाप है वो, मेरे पिता का भी पिता है वो। क्या मैं अपने पिता को ऑर्डर दूंगा कि आप करो? मैं नहीं करता। मैं तो सोने जा रहा हूँ, आप कर लेना, कहेंगे आप? फिर उसको क्यों? मतलब आप कुछ करना नहीं चाहते, वो कर दे आपके लिए। नहीं चलेगा। ये भगवान के रूल में नहीं है। भगवान कहता है पहले खुद कर, नहीं तो भाग जा। यही कहता है भगवान। खुद कर, एक बार कर, 2 बार करके देख, 3री बार करके देख, फिर भी तू नहीं कर पाएगा, मैं आऊँगा करने के लिए, क्योंकि मैंने वो काम तुझसे कराना है। नहीं तो सोता रहे, मरता रहे मेरी बला से। मेरा क्या जा रहा है? मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता, फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। मैं उसकी सपोर्ट करता हूँ जो मेरे लिए कुछ करना चाहता है। हम इस जमीन पे किसके लिए हैं? अपने लिए हैं क्या? नहीं, इस जमीन पे हम उसके लिए हैं जिसकी जमीन है। इतनी बात हमें समझ क्यों नहीं आती? दुनिया भर की बातें करेंगे, इतनी बात नहीं समझेंगे। आप जमीन पे क्यों आए हैं? आप बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए आए हैं? आप शादी करने के लिए आए हैं? क्या करने के लिए आए हैं? आपकी जमीन है, मैंने बच्चे पैदा करने हैं, मैंने शादी करनी है, मेरा नाम लेने वाला कोई नहीं होगा। इसका नाम, कैसा नाम? तुम्हारी जमीन है। किसके लिए चाहते हो नाम? तुम्हारा कुछ है ही नहीं है। मेरा झंडा कौन गाड़ेगा? मेरा वंश कौन चलाएगा? इन चीजों की चिंता ज्यादा है। जिसका वंश चलाने आए उसकी चिंता नहीं। किसी ने सही कहते हैं लोग, हमारे देश में कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो अपने आप को धर्म के ठेकेदार समझते हैं कि धर्म को वही जानते हैं, वही समझते हैं और बताएंगे क्या करना चाहिए क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारे देश में ऐसे लोग हैं। आपकी ज़िंदगी में क्या होना चाहिए वो आपको बताएंगे, उन्हें अपनी ज़िंदगी का पता नहीं है, वो बताएंगे आपकी ज़िंदगी का, और हम उनकी बातों में आ जाते हैं। हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि हमें यहाँ हमेशा नहीं रहना है। ये बात हमें याद नहीं रहती, कभी भूल जाते हैं। पता नहीं कभी कभी याद आती जब कहीं शमशान कोई जाता है या कोई कब्रिस्तान जाता है, तब उसको याद आता होगा कि मैं भी यहाँ आना है, शायद एक दिन मैं भी यहाँ आऊँगा। और जैसे ही वो बाहर आता है वो फिर भूल जाता है। कोई बस पकड़ने जाता है, कोई ट्रेन पकड़ने जाता है, कोई कार लेके जाता है, वहाँ से भी भागने का रश और बाहर फिर वही दिल्ली मुल्ला की दौड़, मस्जिद क्या बोलते हैं, मस्जिद तक भी बोलते हैं। जब तक आप ये नहीं समझेंगे कि आप यहाँ क्यों हैं। आप एक बात पूछता हूँ, आप लोग पूजा पाठ करते हैं सब अपने अपने धर्म के हिसाब से। पूजा का वर्ग है वर्शिप। कभी सोचा आपने वर्शिप क्यों कहते हैं इसको? क्या है वर्शिप का मतलब? शिप तो है, शिप तो निकाल दीजिए, कॉमन वर्ड हो गया। मतलब शिप का मतलब जो बहुत बड़ा होता है। शिप तो नाव भी होती है, लेकिन शिप बहुत बड़ा होता है। सिटी होता है एक अपने आप में। वर क्या होता है? WOR। क्या मतलब ले सकते हैं उसका आप? अगर ये दोनों बातें आप समझ जाएंगे तो आपको जिंदगी का मतलब समझ आ जाएगा। भगवान कभी नहीं कहता आप उसकी पूजा करो। भगवान की एक ही पूजा है, जो उसकी प्रॉपर्टी यहाँ है, जिसके लिए उसने आपको यहाँ भेजा है, उसको सही करके जाओ। उसमें कहीं भी कोई डिफेक्ट है जो आप समझते हैं आप उसका ठीक कर सकते हैं, या ज़मीन का ही नहीं किसी और का भी जो यहाँ कुछ कर सकते हैं आप। हालांकि आप जानते थे जब आप आए थे कि क्या करना है यहाँ, पर आप भूल गए क्योंकि आपको अपने में ही विश्वास नहीं है, इसलिए आप भूल गए, आपको याद नहीं आया। कोई बात नहीं, जब याद आए तब समझ लेना। यह आपने ज़िंदगी को इतना भारी बना लिया अपने लिए कि आपको याद करने का समय ही नहीं मिलता, क्योंकि आपको भगवान के काम करने के बजाय अपनी फिक्र हो जाती है। यहाँ मेरा मेरा मेरा। वो जो कार्ड आपको मिला था, असाइनमेंट कार्ड, वो तो आप पढ़ते नहीं, अपना कार्ड आपने बना लिया, मैंने ये करना बना लिया। हर व्यक्ति ने बना लिया, ड्रम से लेकर ड्रम तक सब ने बना लिया, मैंने ये करना। और करने की समझ नहीं है, बस करना। यही एक प्रॉब्लम है जो हर व्यक्ति की नुकसान देती है इस दुनिया, भारत, इस विश्व को नुकसान देती है। इसलिए ज़्यादा लालच में ना हो कि मेरा 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 करके आपने सारी जिंदगी निकाल दी। अब तो मेरा मत करो, लेकिन नहीं, शायद मरने के बाद भी मेरा ही मेरा करेंगे। मेरा बेटा, मेरी बेटी, मेरा मकान, मेरा ये, मेरा वो, तो जा नहीं सकता कभी, क्योंकि हम मरे हुए लोग हैं। अब मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ, जो ये लाखों लोग मर गए कोविड में, उनका ना क्रियाकर्म हुआ, ना कोई प्रोग्राम हुआ उनका, और जो आप सब करते हैं मरने पे हर धर्म में, उनका किसी का नहीं हुआ, तो इसका मतलब वो मरे नहीं क्या? क्या वो वापस आएंगे? सोचना पड़ेगा। वो तो वापस आने वाले हैं, क्योंकि वो तो मरे नहीं है। तो जैसे आप कहते हैं आत्महत्या कर ली, खुद मर गया तो इसको तो मुक्ति नहीं मिलेगी, तो इनको भी नहीं मिलेगी। यही प्रॉब्लम समाज की है, यही प्रॉब्लम। और कुछ लोगों ने इस डर को, जो डर क्रिएट करती है ये हर एक के अंदर, उसको पैसे कमाने का, औजार बना लिया, पैसे कमाना चाहते हैं हम इस बात को है. Now we move to our own management system. And I was talking about FIDIC file. Let me open this now and let us see. Already about 2 hours are over, so we just take some time on revising our FIDIC, for which this talk was this time. I don't know why I talked today for so long about that issue. Maybe you people still can watch my video. I probably understand you will not like so long videos, but I think it's not question of being so long, it's question of being information. What information actually you need, and we should provide you. That's very important. Now, this is condition of contracts in construction, and this is FIDIC file, which you know very well. I'm talking about International Federation of Consulting Engineers. This is about Red Book, and that's used for purpose of contracting. And so far we have dealt in this about 18, I think 19 clauses in this. Generally, you can say whatever is contract conditions, general conditions, we have gone through one by one, and I hope that you got this. In this, there are typical sequence of principal events during contracts or construction, and it starts with, it says typical sequence of principles means what are those principles, and those principles define times means a typical sequence of principles events during contracts for construction. So this is the start of this one, and this is a sketch, or you can say a flow of chart, and this says, in this what is base date and what is contract time, and what you can say contract time and time of completion, you can say, and then the contract time performance issues related on this sketch, and also typical sequence of payments events, and this says in class 14 what payment when should be given, what is the payment, and monthly payment or interim payments and final payments, those are given in that. Then there are disputes events, and which are given in class 21, how disputes are, what they are, and we should understand that point, because we have to start that one. Means after that contract receives a letter of acceptance, parties appoint DAP, means how it starts with disputes. If not disputes means when dispute is accepted means DAB is there, and party refers disputes to DAB. Part may also notice of dissatisfaction. So this is that one, and there are in this event argument or determination there are scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. And scenario 1, that is various conditions are given there. They say we can go through that now. You can say that there are various clauses in that we studied, and we can just represent general conditions. In this general provisions, that's number 1, and then there was employer number 2, and engineer number 3, then contractor number 4, and subcontracting number 5, staff and labor number 6, and then number 7 is plants, materials, and workmanship, of course, and then there is commencement, delay, and suspension. It is that some sweating is there, power sweating, and sweating on that side. And then there is test on completion, and employers taking over, and defects after taking over. Then the measurement and valuation, variations and adjustments, and contract price and payment. There is termination by employer, and suspension and termination by contractor. Care of works and indemnities and exceptional events. There are insurances, employers and contractors, class sequence, and then disputes and arbitration, which is we are going to claims we discussed yesterday, briefly discussed today as well. Then we take to disputes and arbitration, set of constitution of DABs, failure to appoint DABs members and avoiding disputes, and also obtaining DABs decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, but failure to comply with DAB decisions and no DAB in place. Then the appendix, and then now in general conditions, actually what we did, we just want to see just the revision, but we did general provisions was Article 1. It said that accepted contract amount, there's a definition here, and these are definitions. The clause 1 is definition itself, is many definitions there, which all we read, and that is accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bills of quantities, claims, commencement date, and compliance, system. This is the compliance, verification system. Then conditions of contract, and then contract means, and then contract agreement, contract data, and contract price, then contractor, contract documents, contractors, equipment, then contractors equipment, contractors personnel, contractors representative, and cost plus profit, the country, tab of dispute adjudication or avoidance board, then tab agreement, date of completion, day means a calendar on a day, then day work schedule and of defects notification period, delay damages and disputes, drawings, employer's equipment, employer's personnel, the employer supplied material, engineer's representative, then exceptional event, extension of time, FIDIC, final payment certificate, final statement, foreign currency, general conditions, goods, interim payment certificate, and joint venture undertaking, then key personal and laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, and local currency materials, then month, no objection, notice of dissatisfaction, then particular conditions and parties, and you can say payment certificate, performance certificate, performance security, and you can say means performance security and means security under subclass, and permanent works plans program, provisional sum, QM system, and the QM system, and then quality value, and then retention money, and then review and schedules of payment, section, site, special provisions, specification statement for contractor and taking over certificates, and temporary work, tender, and you say tender, then test after completion. What is that? I think there's something wrong with you. So that taking of certificate, temporary works and tender, then you may say test after completion, test on completion, time for completion, unforeseeable, then variation, what's year, etc. And if the interpolation, if you say this was definitions, then we are talking of interpolation of all that. And interpolation say, it says, There are some interpretations that words indicating one gender includes other, and words indicating similar includes plural, and all that means written or provisions, all those are there. So shall may that party person number 2 has litigation now. Its notices and other communications, and you can say law and language, and priority of documents, which is when say, which is I'll give you priority in all because it's very important. It says contract agreement number 1, letter of acceptance number 2, letter of tender number 3, and then particular conditions A and particular conditions B, because condition A, particular condition A means contract data, and particular condition means special provisions, then general conditions, and then specifications, drawings, schedules, joint venture undertaking, and any other document forming part of contract. If a party finds them leave it out, then contract agreement and assignment, core and supply of documents, then you can say delayed drawings or instructions, and employer's use of contract documents, then you can say contractor's use of employer's document, of course, and it's like that. Then confidentiality is also important here, confidentiality, and compliance with laws, and say joint and several liability, and limitation of liability, and contract termination. Then contract termination, and then right of access to the employer, and assistance, employers, personal and other contractors. Which continues to employers' financial arrangements, and it then goes to site data and items of reference, and it then says employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. I think then engineer and engineer's duties and authority, then engineer's representative, designation by engineer, engineer's instructions, and replacement of engineer, then agreement of determination, meetings, and say contractor, and its performance security, and contractor's representative, then contract security documents. After that, training and cooperation, and then setting out health and safety obligations, quality management, and compliance verification system. After that, use of site data, use of site data. After that, use of site data and sufficiency of accepted contract amount, unforeseeable physical conditions, rights of way and facilities, avoiding interference, access routes, transport of goods and contractors' equipment, protection of environment, temporary utilities and progress reports and security of site, contractors' operation of site, archaeological and geological findings, subcontractors, nominated subcontractors, staff and workers, then that rates of wages and conditions of labor, recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities, staff and labor, health and safety personnel, and contractors, superintendents, contractors, personnel. Contractors personnel, contractors records, disorderly conditions, conduct and key personnel, and after that plant material and workmanship, manner of execution, samples and inspection. See, one by one it is inspections, testing by contractor, defects and registration, remedial work, and ownership of plant and materials, and then royalties, then confinement, commencement days, delays and suspension. Commencement, delays and suspension, like this wash and sweep. And then commencement of works, then time for completion, programs, advance warning and extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities, and after that rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, then consequences of employer suspension, payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, prolonged suspension, resumption of works on test and completion is 9.1. Test and completion 9.1, contractors' obligations, and retained delete test. Delete test and let's say retesting, failure to pass test completion, and employers taking over. Then one taking over work instructions and taking over parts, interference with tests and automation. After that, says surface requiring installation, defects and take off. That's 11. Take that a second. How it works. So defects, stretch my leg. Defects and taking over. Then in this completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, and extension of defects notification period, failure to remedy defects, remedying defects work of site, further tests and remedying defects. Then right of access after taking over, contractors to search, performance certificate. Then unfulfilled obligations, clearance of site and of the measurement and method of measurement, valuation of works, commissions, right to vary, value engineering, then you can say variation procedure, provisional sums, and day work, adjustments or change in laws, adjustments for change in laws, adjustment change duties. After that, adjustment of change in cost. Adjustment change in cost and counter price of payment, counter price, counter price, advance payment and that is application for interim payment. And schedule of payments. After that, payment. That is plants and materials intended for whole work. Okay. After that is issue of IPC, payments and delayed payments. So I should say release of retention money, then schedule of completion, final statement, and then you can say draft final statement, then agreed final statement, discharge, issue of FTC, cessation of employer's liability, currencies of payment, termination of employer, termination for policy. then termination, after termination, completions of works and valuation after termination or contracts of default, payment after termination for contracts of default, termination to employees service. Then valuation of termination for employees' convenience and payment after termination for employees' convenience, and suspension and termination by contractor, suspension by contractor, termination by contractor. Termination by contractor, and after that is termination of contractors' obligations after terminations. After that, payment offer after termination by contractor and care of works and indemnities. Care of works and indemnities, responsibility for care of works, liability for care of works, and intellectual and industrial property rights. Indemnities Then indemnities by contractor. After that, indemnities by employer, shared indemnities, and then exceptional events. Exceptional events with 18.1, which is then it is notice of exceptional events and duty to minimize delays, consequences of unexpected events, optional termination, release from performance under law, insurance, and that is 91 general requirement. Insurance to be provided by contractor. Alright, and employers and contractors claims, that's 20. Claims for payment and EOT. Insurance expenses. And then contemporary records, fully detailed change. After that is fully detailed claims and agreement of determination of claim, claims of continuing effect, claims on continuing effect, general requirements, disputes and arbitration. Disputes and arbitration. This is where we are now. A new world of contract for you people, because it's a world where people who are not able to resolve their financial disputes or other disputes in whatever way, you can say, let's start disputes and arbitration, where we will say, what is dispute? You may say, disputes shall be decided by a DAAB in accordance with subclause 21.4, obtaining DAAB's decision. Parties shall jointly appoint members of DAAB within time stated in contract data. So disputes shall be decided by this DAB in accordance with subclause 21.4, which is later on obtain DAB's decision. Parties shall jointly appoint members of DAB within time stated in contract. data. If not stated, 28 days after date, contractor receives letter of acceptance. Letter of acceptance of contract tender within 28 days after. That is point BA. That's the condition here. DAB shall comprise, as stated in contract data, either one suitably qualified member, sole member, or three suitably qualified members of, if number is not so stated and parties do not agree otherwise, DAB shall comprise 3 members. So, sole member or 3 members, as case may be, shall be selected from those named in list in contract data, other than anyone who is unwilling to accept appointment to DAAB. In DAB, if DAB is to comprise 3 members, each party shall select 1 member of agreement for agreement of other party. Parties shall consult both these members, and shall agree 3rd member, who shall be appointed to act as chairperson. DAB shall be deemed to be constituted on date that parties and sole member of 3 members, as case may be, of DAB have all signed a DAAB agreement. Terms of remuneration of either sole member or each of 3 members, including remuneration of any expert whom DAB consults, shall be mutually agreed by parties when agreeing terms of DAB agreement. Each party shall be responsible for paying 1/2 of this remuneration. If at any time parties so agree, they may appoint a suitably qualified person or persons to replace any one or more members of DAB, unless parties agree otherwise. A replacement DAB member shall be appointed. If a member declines to act or is unable to act as a result of death. Result of death, illness, disability, resignation, or termination of appointment. Replacement member shall be appointed in same manner as replaced member was required to have been selected or agreed as described in this subclause. Appointment of any member may be terminated by mutual agreement of both parties, but not by employer or contractor acting alone. Unless otherwise agreed by both parties, term of DAB, including appointment of each member, shall expire either on date, number 1, on date discharge shall have become, or deemed to have become effective under subclause 1412, that is discharge, or B, 28 days after DAB has given its decision on all disputes referred to under subclause 12B14, obtaining DAB decision before such discharge has become effective. After that, so there are two conditions. Number 1 is on date. It says, unless otherwise agreed by both parties, terms of DAB, including appointment of each member, shall expire either. Number 1, this says, on date of discharge shall have become. See, it says that on date discharge shall have become, or deemed to have become effective under subclause 1412, that is discharge, or on 28 days after DAB has given, 28 days after DAB has given its decision on all disputes referred to it under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision before such discharge has become effective, whichever is later. However, if contract is terminated under any subclause of these conditions or otherwise, term of DAB, including except appointment of each member, shall expire 28 days after 1. DAB has given its decision on all disputes which were referred. Or says that DAB has given its decision on all disputes which refer to it under subclause 4. Giving DAB decision within 2 to 4 days. That is okay. Says, however, if contract is terminated under subclause of these conditions or otherwise, term of DAB, including appointment of each member, shall expire 28 days after 1. When DAB has given its decision on all disputes which were referred to under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision within 224 days after date of termination. 224 days. Means 12, 32 sub is told, it is 32 weeks, after date of termination, date that parties reach the final agreement. Date that parties reach a final agreement on all matters, including freedom, in connection with termination, whichever is earlier. This is regarding appointment. Failure to appoint DAB members. What happens now? We have to see that. Failures to appoint DAB members. Just for your information, I have started talking about that because general conditions have been over, and this DAAB is disputes adjudication board is disputes avoidance adjudication board. If it is within contract conditions that you are dealing with. So I am talking of DAB, which is a level between engineer and arbitrator. That DAB, its condition is mandatory in date approved by both parties. So this is DAB. How it works was So we are going to now talk of DAB. It's very, not very difficult actually. This is only to understand. We have talked about what is DAB, how it's appointed. Now if you fail to appoint that, it's called failure to appoint DAB members. That's Act clause 21(2). If you are not able to appoint them, what to do? That's the point here. Very important point, because it's like but if following conditions apply, namely what is that condition? DAB is to continue, DAB is to comprise, if DAB is to comprise a sole member, parties fail to agree on appointment of this member by date stated in first paragraph on subclause 211 Constitution of DAB, or if DAB is to compromise, if DAB is to comprise three persons, and if by date stated in first paragraph of subclause 21(1) Constitution. says if DAB is to comprise a sole member, parties fail to agree appointment of this member by date stated in first paragraph of subclause 21 Constitution of DAB, or if DAB is to comprise 3 persons and if by date stated in first paragraph of subclause 211 Constitution of DAB, either party fails to select a member. And if DAB is to comprise 3 members and if date started is first paragraph of subclause 2:1 Constitution of DAB, either party fails to select a member for agreement by other party, either party fails to agree member selected by the party, and our parties fail to agree appointment of third member of act as the chairperson of that. Parties fail to agree appointment of replacement within 42 days after date on which sole member or one of 3 members decline to act or unable to act as result of that. These illness decline to then say after date of which sole member of one of 3 members decline to act as or is unable to act as result of that illness, disability, resignation or termination of appointment, or if after parties have agreed appointment of members or replacement, such appointment cannot be effected because one party fails to submit. Or you can say if after parties have agreed appointment of members or replacement, such appointment cannot be effected because one party refuses or fails to sign that agreement with any such member or replacement, as in case may be within 14 days of other parties' request to do so. The appointing entry of official named in contract data shall at request of either or both parties and after due consultation with both parties. I would say in that case, such appointment cannot be effected because of the party fails to sign the DAB agreement with any such member or replacement, as case may be within 14 days of the party request to do so, then entire appointing entity or official named in contract data shall at request of either or both parties and after due consultation with both parties appoint members of them who in case of subparagraph D above shall be agreed member of replacement. This appointment shall be final and conclusive. Thereafter, parties and members so appointed shall be deemed to have signed and be bound by that agreement under which one monthly services fee and daily fee shall be as stated in terms of appointment and okay, let me go further. Not to sleep. Yeah, subject is like that. You see, I think little and then you, what can I do? I can't help it. So, let's say, thereafter parties and members so appointed shall be deemed to have signed and be bound by that agreement. Monthly services fee and daily fee shall be stated in terms of appointment. Law governing that agreement shall be governing law of contract defined in such law. Each party shall be responsible for paying one half of remuneration of appointing entity or official. If contractor pays remuneration in full, contractor shall include one half of amount of such remuneration in statement, and employer shall then pay contractor in accordance with contract. If employer pays remuneration in full, engineer shall include one half of amount of such remuneration as deduction under subparagraph B of subclass 13.6 of IPC. Now clause avoidance of dispute, which is important to do. Avoidance of dispute. Let me put light off this causing nonsense. Hold on a minute, please. Put light off. Sorry, some problem there. Let me see how it works, because light was too much. Let us see if my face is okay or not here. That's just important to see. Maybe my face is fine, I think. Well, it's okay, I don't mind that. If this light is enough, why do waste an electrical bill? or nothing, so I just try to pick that out. So let's say, so let's move, and it's avoidance of disputes. I put a fan also, it's better, one can a fan. If parties so agree, they may jointly request in writing with a copy to engineer DAB to provide assistance and informally discuss and attempt to resolve any issue or disagreement that may have arisen between them during performance of contract. If DAB becomes aware of an issue or disagreement, it may invite parties to make such a joint request. One point was appointment before, and we spent time on appointment. That was very important point. Appointment this is disputes and arbitration chapter. This is 21.1 Constitution of DAB. It says that there should be either a sole authority, sole member of DAB, or if not sole, it depends on what's written in your contract. If there is not one sole member, then there should be three, which is basic law. And three means you have to have, both parties have to agree on each member, and those two members appointed, then parties have to appoint another member, which is chairman, or which is chairman based on recommendations by those two parties. And it's also given in case there's a dispute, if parties don't cooperate, they don't appoint in time as required, which means when you start a contract, you are given letter of acceptance. There's a period of 28 days within which you have to appoint these DAB members or sole member, which means if you don't do that, there's also a provision in contract that there's someone is given in data, contract data, that person can appoint that. So that person shall appoint, of course, in consultations with both parties, with members. It's what appointment system says, which of course is. But to understand this point as well. To understand this point means appointment is to be done, as I said in this case, that duties shall be decided by DAB in accordance with sub-clause, whatever it is. Parties shall jointly appoint members of DAB within time stated in contract, and if not stated is 28 days. There can be special time also, which it says, it means there's a freedom given. If you want to take some other time, can be taken. 28 days is standard one, is from date of letter of acceptance. Send a letter of acceptance, that day you can start, and within 28 days or within whatever time specified their contract, you can go for appointment of DAB, sole member or the members, and DAB shall comprise, as stated in contract data, suitably qualified member, sole member, or three suitably qualified members and members. If number is not stated in contract, parties do not agree otherwise, DAB shall comprise three members. Thus resolve disputes. We don't depend upon one sole member. If it's not given in your contract, if it's given there one member or three member, then it's okay. Otherwise, liberty says you can appoint three members in case of dispute. Sole member of three members, as case may be, selected from those names in list of contract details, if it is given, under other than anyone who is unable or unwilling to accept appointment of DAB. If DAB is comprised of three members, each party shall select member for agreement of other party. Parties shall party shall consult both these members and shall again third member who shall be appointed to act as such chairperson. So party will appoint that. Okay, now after that, DAB shall be deemed to be constituted one on date that parties and sole members or three members, as case may be, of DAB have all signed a DAB agreement. Terms of remuneration of either sole members or three members, including remuneration of any expert whom DAB consult, shall be mutually agreed by parties when agreeing on terms of DAB agreement. Each party shall be responsible for paying one half of this remuneration. At any time, if a party so agree, they may appoint a suitably qualified person or persons to replace any member or one or more members of DAB, unless parties given. And the parties agree otherwise, a replacement DAB member shall be appointed. If a member declines to act or is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, resignation, or termination of appointment, a replacement member shall be appointed in same manner as a replacement member. Replacement member was required to have been selected or agreed as described in this subclause. Appointment of member, whatever member may be terminated by mutual agreement of both parties, but not by employer or contractor acting alone. Unless otherwise agreed by both parties, term of DAB, including appointment of each member, shall expire either when, number one, on date of discharge, on date discharge shall have become or deemed to have become effective under subclause 14 to 12 discharge, or number 2, 28 days after DAB has given its decision on all disputes referred to as under subclause 2 and 4, obtaining DAB's decision before such discharge has become effective, whichever is later. Now, however, if contract is terminated under any subclause of these conditions or otherwise, term of DAB, including appointment of each member, shall expire 28 days after, number 1, DAB has given its decision on all disputes which were referred to it under subclause 21(4), obtaining DAB's decision within 224 days after date of termination or date that parties reach a final agreement on all matters, including payment in connection with termination, whichever is earlier. Now, failure to appoint DAB is a symbol. So, in that one, we are given our condition that which clause 3 says that clear means you are required to appoint your DAB members according to conditions set in your contract with employer, and it's time that whatever days are given in that contract, when you get as contractor, you are appointed as contractor for letter of acceptance, whatever time is stated in contract and within this period, these DAB members must be appointed. That has to work, and in case of absence of that definition of number of days or time required to appoint DAB members, the period of 28 days is enough for purpose of that one. and these must be appointed in that period, suitably qualified people. If they are named in contract, they have to put such out of contract. And in case they are not named there, then you have to select based on suitable qualification, which you can both ensure personal experience and maybe some people person from one area from the other area, both the other. In that case, after that you have appointed both, and in case somebody has to go out of these members due to whatever reason, due to type of his incumbency or due to whatever reason, is not interested in what he can say. Otherwise, we replace them same way. Both parties have to agree, and if both parties don't agree, person named in that list who is responsible for this business can replace that person. Similarly for a new appointment also, same thing go on. So there's still no question to be very concerned. So this is an appointment of the members who is appointment and must get comply with this, and of course when termination is there of contract, at that time whatever reference was made to them to these members, they have to be also to go in that whatever decisions were required to be done, and if they are adjudicated on that, they can whatever discharge time that go on. You can say there's a time fixed when it is over there to go. There's conditions in both these cases that they can go. In case of termination, and whatever number of references are made to them, they have to resolve them, and then the main point is that once appointment is there, and you can say no question is disclosed. Failure appointment, as I said, is a failure, is a procedure according to that. There's a named person who can appoint them. As we say, no question is that said failure to appoint. There is a solution for that, you can say. You can read the failure to appoint as a meaning of all. This when sole member or three members both are there, they have to be appointed now. Avoidance of dispute is the main point that we are running in. Avoidance of dispute means better to avoid disputes, and if you cannot avoid them, of course this should be there. That's the main point. To do that, avoidance of dispute you can do, which is very important point from now. You have to disputes actually means misunderstanding, to be very frank, or misinterpretation, or miscommunication, or you can say lack of maturity, whatever you call this. Your maturity, lack of maturity, or those who constituted your contract, their lack of maturity, that's what's the avoidance of disputes. So what does it say? It says if parties so agree, if a party so agree, parties means employer and contractors, if they agree, they may jointly request in writing with a copy to engineer that DAB to provide assistance and or informally discuss and attempt to resolve any issue or disagreement that may have been between them during performance of contract. If DAB becomes aware of an issue or disagreement, it may invite parties to make such a joint request. So what it says? these both parties, a contractor and employer, if they meet together and they agree that this uh, this request, this DAB be requested for purpose and requested writing, and you have resolution of this dispute. If really, if it says parties so agree, they may jointly request in writing with a copy to engineer. Engineer has to be informed about this writing to DAB that this provide assistance and informally discuss, attempt to resolve issue or disagreement that may have arisen between them during performance of contract. If DAB becomes aware of issue or differences in this and that, and so means attempt to resolve any issue of disagreement that may have been arisen between them during performance of contract, and if DAB becomes aware of that issue or a disagreement, it may invite parties to make such a joint request. So directly, subject into the nose, copy to the nose, both parties can write to DAB or DAB can invite them. It knows that they can raise a request for resolving these issues. Such joint request may be made at any time, may be made whatever time, except during period that engineer is carrying out his duty under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination on matter of an issue or in disagreement unless parties agree otherwise. Means you can go to DAB anytime except when engineer is busy on issue, attending that issue of dispute or determination or for whatever reason, or determination or issue of disagreement, then go there, or determination or agreement. So when engineer is considering that time you avoid, and when engineer has decided whatever agreement or disagreement, you can submit your disagreement, it doesn't matter, and such joint issue can do. Now such what it says that except during period that engineer is carrying out his or her duties under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination on matter at issue or in disagreement unless parties agrees otherwise. That's fine. Now such informal assistance may take place during any meeting. Such informal assistance may take place during any meeting, site visit or otherwise. However, I say such informal assistance may take place during any meeting, site visit or otherwise. However, unless parties agree otherwise, both parties shall be present at such discussions. Parties are not bound to act on any advice given during such informal meetings, and DAB shall not be bound in any future. Disputes, dispute resolution process or decision by whatever views or advice given during informal assistance processes, whether provided orally or in writing. Obtaining DAB's decision. That's the title here. Very boring, and no problem. If a dispute arises between parties, contractor and employer, either party may refer dispute to DAB for its decision. That is obtaining DAB decision. If dispute arises between these parties, then either party may refer dispute to other DAB for its decision, whether or not any informal discussions have been held under subclause 21.3 avoidance of dispute, and following provisions shall apply. What are those provisions? 21.4.1. 21.4.1, that is reference of a dispute to that. Switch off the side. That outside structures in it's half an hour to finish. So it says reference of a dispute to DAP. Reference of a dispute to DAP, reference in this subclause shall weigh. A reference of a dispute to DAP is if subclause 3.7 agreement or determination applied to subject matter of dispute be made within 42 days of giving or receiving, as case may be, a NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, under subclause 3.75, dissatisfaction with the engineer's determination. If dispute is not referred to DAP within this period of 42 days, such notice of dissatisfaction shall be deemed to be have lapsed and no longer be valid. So limitation is 42 days on day when within 42 days of it says that if subclause 3.7 agreement or determination applied to subject matter of dispute be made within 42 days of giving or receiving, as case may be, the NOT under subclause 3.5 dissatisfaction with engineer's decision. If dispute is not referred to DAP within this period of 42 days of giving and receiving, as case may be, with NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, within 42 days of that, dispute is not referred to DAP within this period of 42 days, such NOD shall be deemed to be invalid, deemed to have lapsed and no longer be valid. We state that is given under subclause. We state that is given under subclause set out referring parties case relating to dispute. State that it's given under the subclause and set out reference party case relating to dispute. They be in writing with copies of other part and engineer and E for date of 3 persons be deemed to have been received by DAP on date it is received by chairperson of DAP. So this one in 42 days time, no DAP will deem lapse. B, state that it's given under subclause. State that D, C, set out referring parties case relating to dispute. And D is be in writing with copies to other parts and engineer and to for DAP 3 persons for we deemed to have been received by DAB on date it is received by chairperson of DAB. Reference of dispute to DAB under this clause shall, unless prohibited by law, be deemed to interrupt in running of any applicable statute of limitation or prescription period. Reference of dispute to DAB under this subclause shall unless prohibited by law shall be deemed to interrupt running of any applicable statute of limitation or prescription period. 2142 Parties' obligations after reference. Both parties shall promptly make available to DAB all information, access to site and appropriate facilities as DAB may require for purpose of making a decision on dispute. Unless contract has already been abandoned or terminated, parties shall continue to perform. So it says, unless parties' obligations after reference says both parties shall promptly make available to DAB all information, access to site and appropriate facilities as DAB may require for purposes of making a decision on dispute. Unless contract has already been abandoned or terminated, parties shall continue to perform their obligations in accordance with contract. 2143 DAB decisions. DAB's decisions. DABs shall complete and give decision within 84 days after receiving reference. 84 days, 12 weeks after receiving reference, or shall of such period as may be proposed by DAB and agreed by both parties. However, if at end of this period due dates for payment of any DAB members' invoices has passed, but such invoice remains unpaid, DAB shall not be obliged to give its decision until such outstanding invoices have been paid in full, in which case DAB shall give its decision as soon as practicable after payment has been received. So payment is a part here. Decisions shall be given in writing to both parties. Decisions shall be given in writing to both parties with a copy to engineer. Shall be reasoned and state that it's given under this subclause. Decision shall be binding on both parties, who shall promptly comply with it, whether or not a party gives a NOD with respect to such decision. Under this subclause, employer shall be responsible for engineer's compliance with DAB's decision. If decision of DAB requires a payment of an amount of by one party to other party. One, subject to subparagraph 2 below, this amount shall be immediately due and payable without any certification or notice. And 2, Alright, now we go further. If decision of DAP requires a payment of an amount by one party to other party, subject to subparagraph 2 below, this amount shall be immediately due and payable without any certification or notice. That is, and 2, DAB may, as part of decision at request of party, but only if there are reasonable grounds for DAB to believe that pay will be unable to repay such amount in event that decision is reversed under subclause 221(6). Arbitration require pay to provide an appropriate security at DAB's sole discretion in respect of such amount. DAB proceedings shall not be deemed to be an arbitration, and DAB shall not act as arbitrator. I'm just reading this for you. I'll explain and will also understand further. Dissatisfaction, that's 21.4.4. Dissatisfaction with DAB's decision. Dissatisfaction with DAB's decision. We are in a world of disputes, avoidance, and adjudication prior to arbitration, and this is something interesting from engineers' viewpoint. We are all practicing engineers, budding engineers, and we must understand this topic before we go to jobs, to sites, in whatever capacity, employed by contractors or by engineer. Should know outcome, or when disputes arise, or to what level should we press for something. It's very important point. If we learn this at early stage of our profession, that can give benefit to each engineer. If we start learning contract related issues, disputes and disputes related issues, resolutions and resolutions related issues, to understand how can disputes be resolved, how to get benefit of that, and how to help others so that disputes are not even allowed to happen. Disputes happen because of so many reasons, as I told before also. Disputes means what we have done. There are many kinds of technical and non-technical disputes, commercial disputes and contractual disputes. Generally, as I said again, on lump sum contracts, it's not easy to raise claims because it's lump sum fixed price, and there's very small room left, or you can say ignorable room left, that can generate disputes of claims. But other works, other variations, etc., can be claimed, which of course we claim. But procedural disputes, procedural points are very difficult to be resolved. As I said yesterday, procedure means contract itself is a complete procedure. Contract is not simple document of contract. Contract, as we said yesterday, there's so much in contract. For example, bid, though bid comes later on, but it's a part of document. We can say contract document itself, contract form and acceptance before that, and you can say all complete documents of contract. Then, like say, price, of course it is there, general conditions, and before general conditions, particular condition 1, particular condition 2, or whatever, and then general condition 1, general condition 2. And of course, then there are specifications which are civil, electrical, mechanical, services, and all that, whatever specifications, and design documents. And for that, you can say drawings in totality, and other documents, and also BOQ, etc., whatever is there left in this, all representations. Contract, amounts to a complete package, volumes and volumes depending on size of project, size of what. I am particularly, this is in building of structures, and I'm talking roads something else. That's infrastructure project. When we're talking of buildings, is a package, and hundreds of items are involved in buildings, and hundreds of specifications are involved, and methods are involved, and similar design parameters and design is involved, and testing of metals involved. It's multitude of information is required, multitude of knowledge is required, and technologies are required, and how to organize this etc. When you go to site, you are like a person doing nothing. It won't be like that. So this point which we are discussing about that, and before that engineer, and after that is arbitration, and before all those is contract. Contract means before engineer contract, and before contract is bid, and in between bid and contract is letter of acceptance, which is valued after contract. And if there is no contract, then letter of acceptance takes place of contract. So there is a chain of documents in contracting, particularly building contracts. There you can say there's so much, and if contractor does not concentrate on those items every day during execution time, during we call it time. All those are forms of this type of work. It's not simply so easy for an engineer. If an engineer, when particularly civil engineer working on buildings or other plants, projects, mega projects in whatever field, must try to acquire as much knowledge about contracts, about contract related laws as possible, for in a better way to understand implication of contract documents, contents on project. See, technical work, engineering work is one part of project that you cannot change, at least those who are not generally very, but it's therefore in interest of engineer itself, even I should say just after passing degree, he should have some interest in this. Design is okay, other knowledge, construction is okay. I don't say don't enter in designs, but design entry is not sufficient, because there can be design disputes as well. Engineer, if can Therefore, if you run away from such some educational, some standard educations, you lose something. Because if you just start in the beginning, even though you are not involved with that, you have to learn at least contractual titles, contractual conditions, what type of documents are used in contracts, what type of language is used, what types of specifications are used, that what type of English is used, and what types of structures are used in composing those documents. Those are very important points. You may be required to write some specification. If you don't have idea, you will not do that. Means what you learned in your schooling won't work there, but what you learn by experience will work here. You have to write lot. Sometimes you have to write letters to your engineer. If you are working in contracting company and you work in engineers organization or consultancy, you may have to write to contractor certain letters involving contractual issues. And if you don't understand contracting, if you don't understand contract documents, if you don't understand what to do, because they would ask you just manage this or do this, and if you are unable to do that, if you want to see how to do this, how not to do this, no one would be there to help you, because you are appointed in a position which is higher based on your degree of post graduation, called good position. You have to move self. No one teaches anyone. Remember, why should someone teach you? Point is that. What to do then? You are given such assignment that you have to pull back contractor, come to terms. Maybe your contractor is not performing properly, or you have to warn him. You cannot simply say, I beg to state upon. In that case, you have to go and see where is the problem with this contractor, and you have to send notice. It is urgent or not urgent. You must urgent response. And if you can't do that, you say, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm only interested in technical work and engineering work and designs, and I want to do only design. Then you're avoiding something which is a basic part of engineering. Because even if you work in design, you have to deal with the specifications. You have to deal with detailing of designs. It's not simply designing. It's detailing of designs. You have to keep in mind that the design, whatever you are doing, is not for your job. It's for somebody else. Therefore, when you design, you must have a concept how site people work. You see, your design is conceptual. Don't forget that. Your design is conceptual, not practical. It takes time to understand what's practicality on site, and in our way we call it constructability or buildability of work. If you don't keep that factor into consideration while designing, your design is only academical, it's theoretical. You cannot say that's a practical design. You must understand site problem, you You must give space to side problems. Don't try to squeeze your design because it's economical. Design may be economical, but when it's done on site, it may create everything uneconomical. That point is very important. Not only to original designer, but also who check that or inspect that. It's the same. My only point of view is that don't rush to designs. Try to learn work first. Design is formalized. It is done. But what you give to design drawings, you have to decide. This software shall give only information. But what you have to input there, what you have to feed into design is more important. Because your design and detailing are related to specifications, and specifications are related to actual working on site. Means if our site persons are not don't enjoy I want to see those designs which foreman welcomes, which site engineer welcomes. Oh, very good design. It's so easy, you can just do it. I remember one time I was in Doha and it was 96. There was one project manager qualified from America but Lebanese. And there is a system, different system in villas in Arab world, sometimes, not always, that they do not see beams or drop beams in their rooms. Think like it. It's not that they don't like it, but they want something different. I learned that concept from him. He asked me, when I went through drawings, he asked me to find out shuttering, etc., how to do that. We are just working on those systems. I got there's a Houdi system of slab, Hourdy. He asked me, it says is Houdi otherwise? I read the Houdi, yes, Houdi it is. Oh, he was very happy. Oh, this consultant is very nice. This consultant very excellent. Why? Because he's giving Houdi slab. His concept was different. He wanted a straight shutter below that slab. Because if there are drop beams, you cannot take a straight shutter. You have to take bottom of beam shutters and sides of shutters, and then only you need different type of heights for system supports. Beam supports are different and slab supports are different. So there's complication of supporting system and beam formwork, and such inconveniences he considers inconveniences. He said in this system, I'll just put shutters all over and work on that sitting comfortably. So that's what part of constructability they understand. So it's not that this thick slab, no. Houdi means this kind of block which is trapezium in section, smaller size above and bigger size. Upper size is bigger one, smaller. So this is like that, this and this and this. So it doesn't come out down. Why is this a concept? And there's no major difference, only small difference. So at every some 50 centi, 100 centi, they put this blocks, tapered blocks in section with hollow, of course. So the services, pipes and all this pass through them. It's this way, both ways it is. Same size of block, 40D, 400 mmd. So you may consider, oh, this much slab. No, this is not slab. Only size of hollow blocks, cavity blocks. And there's a small thin beam between them, which is also trapezoidal because these blocks are trapezoidal. Beams are also trapezoidal. So just only thing, you do column work and layout, fix your straight shutters without any beam, and on that you keep blocks, put blocks on them, just like you do masonry work. You do that according to layout of those blocking of the blocks indicated on your drawing. And all reinforcement work to be done, they are not in hollow, between spaces of different bodies, and all services to pass them. So you just simple shutter with one height of props or system and do it fast, except where stair comes. Only problem with in staircases. Otherwise, it's simple level and quite fast work. Blocks are constructed there, joined, masonry done, and reinforcement done. No problem. So no shuttering is required for beams. Block is done. Only shuttering requires a soffit of total system. I'm not saying slab soffit, total system. Block are filled or concrete is filled, block are filled or concrete is filled this way and other way. Yes, services you have to pass through hollows of blocks. This is supporting system of diaphragm slab, and on that complete system is laid simultaneously or monolithically about 50 mm RCC. When it's 50 mm means you don't use higher bars, smaller bars, or probably maybe fabricated welded WWF, welded wire fabric, and connect to beams so that diaphragm is done. So that person, that engineer, was happy because there was saving of shutter time, and there is no requirement of any false sealing except plastering that surface of it. And because it was not centralized AC, so it was only split system which got nothing with slab. Its indoor unit is fixed on walls and outdoor unit is fixed outside. So central, there was no conflict with air conditioning, and slab can be plastered, whereas diaphragm can be formed. So that system they like this. Yes, it has taken a space of 40 centimeters or whatever it is, 30 centimeters. I don't exactly remember. So that was beauty of that constructibility, which they think is that way. And it's fast, means you don't have to cut plies, you don't cut sides, you don't cut bottom, they don't know of that. Just plies only a trimming edges, So it's technique, means ease of construction, you can say. Ease of construction, and surface is plain because of plastering, and top is okay, fine, that as usual. So we have to research like that. We can't be spectator only. What's convention we have to do? So I understood that. They think also. Don't consider the Arab world has nothing here, no. They also think. They are also old trades people. They understand what is convention, how they used to work. That point is really very important to understand. We people can't understand like this. So we will talk it later on. I know it's already more than 4 hours. My only point was that if our engineers take some pain in understanding contractualities contractual documentations, which is much more important than other subjects. Construction, yes, we know construction, everybody knows construction, foreman knows construction, supervisors know construction, but contract only few people understand. They site guy, frontline people can't understand, design people can't understand, specification writers can't understand. So who can understand? Somebody has to understand. Somebody has to understand contract ins and outs. Otherwise, what sort of engineer we are? If someone beats us on site, contractor beats us mentally, challenges us on every issue, we can't counter challenge. Only from that point of issue, point of understanding, I say spare some time to understand contract. Contract documents, I mean not contract alone. What happens, we know specification, we know code. We always talk of codes. Codes are done by whom? Who never worked on site. Do you know that? People who never work on site, who never experience site, they talk of codes. So what is the relevance in codes and site work? Difficulties of work should be clearly known, clearly projected, that these would be probable difficulties. Contract gives input, means how you have to handle project, because contractor is always smart, and contractor engineer should also be smart. Otherwise you lose something, you lose time, you lose money, and we don't understand transactions of writing, we don't understand correspondences, we don't understand what level of writing we have to do. It is ordinary letter, low profile letter number 1, low profile number 2, or it's middle path letter, or is contractual letter, or it's a letters that are going to create disputes in future. We don't need advocates all the time. Advocates can't help us because they don't know contract, they don't know what is specification, they don't understand how work is done on site. They can just complicate easy issue. We don't want to complicate easy issue. That is purpose what I'm talking about. Because I have faced difficulties. No one can help you because you know contract. You only can coordinate. Until you understand contract, you can't be a complete engineer, remember. You can't be called a professional engineer. Every British, every other, they know contracts. They contracts in their schools, colleges, universities. But we don't. Because we are careless. We don't want to see what can happen after this. This point we should understand. Technical you should be, but also otherwise. Or else you have to be beaten. That's all. Thank you very much, I would say. I'll see this. We'll continue about this arbitration, and I should say this was there. This is Mr. Raj Kumar Agarwal. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Raj Kumar Agarwal. Thank you very much. And what is there? Thanks. Fine. Alright, now I will close this and see how tomorrow or some other time I'll take care of this